What is hate speech? Hate speech is a prejudicial speech of animosity that attacks a person or group based on religion, language, ethnic identity, disability, age, gender, or sexual orientation. How do I recognize hate speech? Hate speech attacks, marginalizes, and antagonizes. When you come across a particular expression, ask yourself, does it attack a specific identity? How is this identity treated? What could be the impacts and consequences of this discourse? For a new discourse, no to hate speech. What is hate speech? Hate speech is a prejudicial speech of animosity that attacks a person or group based on religion, language, ethnic identity, disability, age, gender, or sexual orientation. How do I recognize hate speech? Hate speech attacks, marginalizes, and antagonizes. When you come across a particular expression, ask yourself, does it attack a specific identity? How is this identity treated? What could be the impacts and consequences of this discourse? For a new discourse, no to hate speech.
Hepinize merhaba. Nefret
Good afternoon. We offer our warm welcome to our event on hate speech, current debates, and alternative approaches. Thank you very much for joining us, for your interest. For over 3 years, in partnership with Boğaziçi University and Sabancı University, we have been undertaking the project utilizing digital technology for social cohesion, positive messaging, and peace, supported by the European Union as well as Friedrich Naumann Foundation. So as part of this event, which serves as the closing event, we will be having conceptual debates and discussions on hate speech, countering hate speech, and alternative means of doing so. As the Hrant Dink Foundation, since 2009, we have been working on hate speech. We have been constantly doing documentation and raising awareness, and with each and every coming project, we introduce new perspectives. We believe that a real change and transformation takes place in language and discourse. That's why we also wanted to be part of the solution and not only the problem. That's why, with the establishment of our Asulis Lab, this laboratory for discourse, dialogue, and democracy, we have gained a new momentum. We undertook a number of workshops, activities for civil society and stakeholders. We did media watch on hate speech in print media, and as a result, we published many reports. We wanted to encourage an inclusive discourse, an inclusive language. That's why we organized various schools training, and we continue to organize these activities in partnership with municipalities and other stakeholders. We also have a website, an archive of the print media archive and hate speech archive, which is available on our website. Unfortunately, hate speech continued to be a burning question with negative implications, and we can see that the vulnerable groups are still being affected, and we also observe, regrettably, that hate speech can also turn into hate crime. For more than 3 years, we have been working on this project, and one of the main outputs is to make use of artificial intelligence and develop a tool that detects online hate speech. So after 3 years of dedicated effort, we are very pleased to introduce you our AI-powered hate speech detection tool, which is called PARI. And in our foyer, you will have the chance to test our AI-powered tool PARI, and we would be very much looking forward to your feedback. As part of our project, we also are going to introduce two important publications with you on the occasion of this closing event. And we have also built a very important network with experts from Turkey and other countries. And some of our experts are here with us today at the hate speech, current debates, and alternative approaches, but they have also contributed significantly to our reports that we are introducing today. So they have contributed utilizing AI in hate speech, a guide to annotation, classification, and detection. So this report provides input about how we classify hate speech, how we do data annotation, and how we do classification and detection. As we are closing our project, I would like to first and foremost thank our project team as well as our former colleagues, Sabancı University, Computer Science, Linguistics, and Cultural Studies Department faculty members, students, likewise Boğaziçi University, all volunteers, experts, our interpreters, translators, technical support team, our editors, and volunteers. We would like to thank them all for their efforts, and we would like to also thank the delegation, EU delegation to Lebanon, as well as the Friedrich Naumann Foundation. We would like to dedicate this event to late Professor Fuat Keyman. He was our board member and he was our initially advisory board member. And over time, he joined the Hrant Dink Foundation board. And even in the course of his ailing health condition, he continued to provide support to our project. So we are very grateful to him. He also guided us throughout the process and helped us to conceptualize all these current debates. He was also one of the four founders of Asulis Laboratory. He hosted us in our initial meetings as we were designing Asulis Laboratory. He helped us establish partnership with Sabancı University. He offered his vision for our Turkey-Armenia program. He hosted our fellows from Armenia. So he acted as the host organization. He has been one of the greatest support to us in the project through which we offered sub-grants in the field of human rights. For many years, he supported the International Hrant Dink Award. We miss him dearly. We miss him dearly, and we will always continue his legacy here at the foundation. Yes, a round of applause for late Professor Fuat Keyman. Before we proceed to our first panel, I would like to invite a EU delegation representative, Joris Teran. He will be joining us via video, head of FPI MENA regional team.
Ms. Nayat Karaköz, Director of Programs at the Hrant Dink Foundation. Mr. Ared Demirci, Head of the Friedrich Naumann Foundation. The representatives from Bogazici University and Sabancı University. Dear guests, ladies and gentlemen. Let me first of all say that my colleague Georgia and I are very sorry that we cannot attend today's closure event in person, but I'm grateful for the opportunity to address you online. Allow me to thank our main partner, the Hrant Dink Foundation, for hosting today's event and for the excellent collaboration that we have had on the project over the past years, and for having led the project together with the Bogazici and Sabancı universities. And I would also like to thank the Friedrich Naumann Foundation as the co-founder of the project. I'm pleased to recall that back in 2021, the Hrant Dink Foundation won a European Union call for proposals on media and innovation, together with 3 other projects targeting the Middle East and North Africa region and Turkey. The set of projects that we had selected back then have in different ways, over the past 3 years, aimed at enhancing resilience of civil society actors to better counter harmful media content and leverage the potential of technology with the information and communication space towards peace. The European Union is firmly committed to promote media literacy in Europe and around the world, working to fight against disinformation and misinformation and addressing hate speech. The European Union is founded on values such as respect for human dignity, freedom, democracy, equality, the rule of law, and respect for human rights. All forms of hatred and intolerance are incompatible with these fundamental rights and values. Today, we are closing a groundbreaking project for which the past 3 years and some months have focused on addressing hate speech and, in a broader sense, disinformation. It has done so through the development of an open source hate speech detection software, difficult and precise endeavor, working closely with students and volunteers to tag tweets with the aim of training or feeding algorithm and creating PARI, the tool that the Hrant Dink Foundation will launch today. The project has produced a wealth of workshops and podcasts, and in doing so, capacitated numerous stakeholders in Turkey and in the Middle East and North Africa region to create resilience and counter disinformation in the spirit of a much needed healthier online discourse or space. The European Union works actively to protect the rights of journalists, bloggers, and human rights defenders based on the principle of equality and non-discrimination, and therefore our work aims at promoting and building capacities, knowledge, and practical instruments to help their daily work and enhance the quality of information and media. Furthermore, respect for freedom of expression is integrated in European Union policies and development programs. In the Middle East and North Africa region, the European Union, including through our Service for Foreign Policy Instruments, supports several initiatives that aim at facilitating the work of independent media outlets, journalists, and to advance collaboration in the region, including through the many activities of this project. In our view, as the European Union, strong, independent local media actors and a resilient public are crucial in our collective effort to counter disinformation and harmful narratives. Local actors, whether academia, media, or civil society organizations, as present at today's event, are best placed to understand, expose, and respond to manipulative tactics and act in an informed way. Hence our decision to fund the project implemented by the Harun Dink Foundation and provide opportunities to enhance the digital space. With these words, I would like to wish you a fruitful event and I wish everyone will enjoy the interesting panels that the Harun Dink Foundation is about to launch. So thank you for your attention.
Destekçilerimizden Friedrich Naumann Vakfı Türkiye'de.
We would now like to invite Mr. Aret Demirci, the head of Friedrich Naumann, do represent a German foundation, but of course it is freedom of expression. On the one hand, offers us great opportunities and enhance democratic life in a different way. And here, of course, we have the social media. Fourth highlights, Pari will be demonstrated today as part of this event. While artificial intelligence has great potential in combating and countering hate speech, ensuring its ethical use is a critical issue. We need to make sure that we steer AI in the right direction, but at the same time, we need to maintain the role of human decision makers. And with this, I would like to thank the Harun Dink Foundation and everyone who contributed to the project for their great efforts to make the digital world a safer, respectful, and inclusive space. We would like to thank you for all your opening remarks. With that, we can proceed to the first panel. The panel is titled Combating Hate Speech and Discrimination, the Use of Digital Technologies. Speakers Didar Akar, Berrin Yanıkoğlu, Arzucan Özgür, Elif Erol, İnanç Arın, Gökçe Uludoğan. We would like to invite our speakers to the podium.
Merhabalar, hepiniz hoş geldiniz.
Good afternoon. Welcome to our panel on combating hate speech and discrimination, the use of digital technologies. Instead of having separate presentations, we decided to come up with a joint presentation as a team. For the past 3 years, the Hrant Dink Foundation is conducting this project in partnership with Sabancı University and Boğaziçi University. And we are very excited for having the chance to share the project outcomes with you. My name is Elif Erol from the Hrant Dink Foundation. We have Didar Akkaş University Linguistics Department, as well as Behrin Yanık Yankoğlu and Arzucan Özgür from Computer Science of Boğaziçi University. And also we have our faculty members from Sabancı University, İnanç Arın and Gökçe Uludağ. So, as part of our presentation today, we will first provide information about the project background, and also we will talk about PARI, AI Power Tool PARI. I would like to start by giving you background information about how the project started by the Hrant Dink Foundation. So how did Hrant Dink Foundation started working on hate speech? In fact, the Hrant Dink Foundation started working on this topic with its first project in 2009, Media Watch on Hate Speech. And of course, the overall process that paved the way to the assassination of Hrant Dink in front of his newspaper offices, and also the way he was targeted in media by means of hate speech. It was, of course, a starting point for the foundation. That's why the foundation wanted to elaborate more on the concept of hate speech and also work on methods of countering hate speech by raising awareness. So since 2009, Hrant Dink Foundation continues to monitor and watch hate speech in print media. And we also do thematic and periodic analysis of our media watch, and we publish reports. And later in 2012, Hrant Dink Foundation started working on other projects, and in 2022 we launched this project utilizing digital technology for social cohesion, positive messaging, and peace. The project brings together different disciplines, including computer science, linguistics, and cultural studies. The overall aim of the project is to analyze and detect hate speech and discriminatory speech by means of utilizing AI. So as a result of the project, we have developed the AI-powered tool PARI. As part of our presentation, we will offer you more details about PARI, and during the coffee break in our foyer, you will have the chance to test PARI demo version. Again, the first objective for us was to detect hate speech and discriminatory speech, which is currently a very demanding task and is done by human checkers. And then because of lack of access to data and the bias factor in sufficient algorithms, it is not possible to do this only by means of technology. But on the other hand, because of the workload, it is not also possible to rely completely on humans. That's why we wanted to think of technological solutions for ensuring sustainability. We also are aware that social media companies, they are no longer transparent, and they keep changing their policies. And against such a backdrop, we wanted to bring together different sectors, different disciplines. We will have speakers who will give us examples of how they use digital technologies to counter hate speech. So this is becoming a widespread practice. We believe it is quite important to take rapid action against discrimination. But on the other hand, we need to consider the monopolization of various state-sponsored social media platforms. So it is also quite important, equally important to counter this monopolization. Thanks to this project, we have gained a very significant experience enhanced by our partnerships. So after this general framework, I would like to tell you more about the activities we've conducted. We brought together civil society organizations working in the field of hate speech, discrimination, including those from the Middle East and North Africa. We organized workshops for capacity building for the MENA region. We collaborated this meeting in partnership with the International Coalition for Sites of Conscience. So this was our inception meeting, the kickoff meeting, and we still continue our collaboration with this coalition. We produce content with them, and we also publish as much as possible all project outcomes in 3 languages: Turkish, English, and Arabic. We also worked on digital activism, digital media literacy, fact-checking, verification, relationship between civil society and AI, as well as the relationship between conspiracy theories and social media. We also held a number of contests through which we could engage various participants from many countries. And in this way, we could collect data and we could discuss different methods for detecting hate speech. Yet another important output for the project is a podcast series called Söylemin Halleri. This was a 9-episode podcast series, and we had focused on various issues such as machine learning, algorithms, and their role in political campaigns, disinformation in election times. Yet another significant output of the project is our publications. We have 2 publications as a result of this project. The first one is Hate Speech, Contemporary Issues and Debates, and the other one is Utilizing AI Against Hate Speech, a Guide to Annotation, Classification and Detection. Both publications are available in the foyer. So we benefited from the input of our experts in our pool, so they all penned one section. And we hope that this first report will offer us an overall framework on contemporary issues and debates around hate speech. And the second report, entitled Utilizing AI Against Hate Speech publication, is mostly penned by our project team. Here we elaborate on the process of developing AI-powered tool Pari. We also seek to offer a roadmap for similar projects that might consider adapting Pari. Last but not least, this is the main output. Pari, in Latin, Pari means equal, and in Armenian it means good. we wanted to pick this name because we believe that the name symbolizes our values as well as our efforts to promote equality. So PARI is an online hate speech detection tool, and it allows user to perform a single text or bulk data analysis. So we will first continue with Didar Akar, who will tell us more about data annotation and hate speech categories. Later, Arzucan Özgür will tell us more about the features of PARI, to be followed by İnanç Arın, who will elaborate on large language models and AI. Later, Gökçe Uludoğan will take the floor and will elaborate on the models we developed, as well as she will perform a test, an experiment. And last but not least, Berrin Yanıkoğlu will tell us more about the limitations of the project as well as next steps. Okay, over to you.
Merhabalar.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. As Elif indicated, in developing this tool called PARI, the first step we took was collecting data. And data annotation. I'll talk about this. This is an AI-powered tool to detect hate speech. And to develop such a tool, we needed to teach the AI what a hate speech is. So we created a set of training data. And for that, we collected data. And where did we collect? From Twitter, which later on ended up being called X platform. We collected the posts with time intervals on a regular basis, based on current events, based on annotations and keywords. That's how we collected data. Around 16,000 Turkish and Arabic posts we collected. And in the collection of data, we also thought about the target group. Actually, a target group shaped the process. And in Turkey, some groups are significantly exposed to hate speech. We identified those groups. Take a look at this slide, please. This is the list of the groups we considered in data collection. These groups are being subjected to hate speech. So this was the beginning. Then it was about annotation. Let me tell you more about annotation. We had annotators, the participants of the project. So before annotation started, those people received training. And together with the training, they were given a copy of the guideline concerning annotation. By the way, you could find a copy in the foyer area. And we got feedback from our annotators. And that's how we kept the guideline up to date based on the feedback we got from the annotators. Let's move on. Let me tell you about how we went about annotation. I think that is one of the strongest aspects of our project, annotation. It was quite detailed, meticulous process. Please take a look at this slide. You see the colors. This is like a scale. This is the interface seen by the annotators. we have the label studio here that we use. This is very commonly used tool. Let me tell you what we annotated. First, general attitude and position was asked. That's one question. And there are 4 different answers one could choose. Then target group comes. As we said, this is important. They annotated target group related data. And there is a category about demographic features. Of course, this includes country, nationality, race, ethnicity, gender, or sex. These categories are all under this one. Then, of course, there is more to this, not just these ones. Views, professions, or anti-vaccine people, or flat earth idea supporters. We also clicked those. There's a novelty here actually regarding clicking on the target group. In many examples, we identified more than one target group. It is possible to annotate it like this. Another strength of the annotation process was that the hate speech observed in the text had a certain severity, and you could also choose the severity and rank it from 0 to 10 on this scale you see on the screen. It's color-coded. 0, green, then it goes up to 10, red, dark red, meaning the severest. Next step. There's a distinction one needs to make here. We believe this is quite important to make that distinction. Let me explain. Hate speech and discriminatory discourse, different things. In the description of hate speech, the framework or the borders, I think, includes a very familiar concept, freedom of speech. There is a blurred line between the two concepts, but when it comes to discriminatory discourse, the lines are not so blurry, quite clear. Freedom of speech and discriminatory discourse, they sometimes get confused, so discriminatory discourse was coded differently, separately. Next. Once you identify it is a hate speech, you determine the category of hate speech in the process. There are different categories. And actually, this is another strength of the project. Next one, please. Excuse me, the one before. Please take a look at the bottom, the color-coded part at the bottom. There are categories. And I want to introduce to you the colors in determining the severity. We intentionally actually chose these colors in the scale above toward dark red, but at the bottom, the color decision was not so intentional. The categories I'm referring to here, it's just different colors. They are different categories. What are the categories? Some of you may already be familiar due to the Media Watch studies that you follow, conducted by Hrant Dink Foundation. There are 4 categories. So, the Martians are the hate object. We've never met a Martian, but still, we do have the examples. The first category is symbolization. Stop talking like a Martian, quote unquote. In such a text, a reference to Martian someone from the planet Mars, but this is an insulting discourse in the context. Next, second category, exaggeration, generalization, attribution, distortion. Category 2. I had to wait for 1 hour in the metro station because of families who have 10 kids, quote unquote. Exaggeration, generalization, attribution, and distortion. What does this mean? How do people count? How many children do they have? How do they know whether they come from planet Mars? Why do you think it's because of those families that they wait for 1 hour in the metro station? Well, let's move on to category 3. What was that? Okay, swearing, insult, defamation, dehumanization. It speaks for itself. Quite obvious. And the last category, and the name also suggests actually what it is quite clearly. Threat of enmity, war, attack, murder, harm. Another example regarding those who come from Mars. In the field, there are similar tools like Puri, and the most widely used was creating a binary classification. There is or there is none. I mean, hate speech. Whereas in our case, it's more delicate, layered, and it's easier to teach the tool. So it's not binary like yes or no. No, it's beyond that. It's more intricate, more sophisticated. Just to clarify that. Regarding annotation, another strength of the process was that in our system, you could choose more than one target groups, more than one category of hate speech. You don't have to restrict yourself with one category, because that's usually what it is. In a text, you sometimes see more than one target groups, more than one strategies deployed. And in the training set, this needs to be represented to develop the machine learning process. My third point is each text evaluated by 3 annotators. And for final decision, we chose the method of majority of vote. In terms of perception of hate speech, we know it's quite subjective, this perception. It's not like black and white. That's why we did it based on majority voting. And that's why we had 3 annotators. This also tells you a little bit about the high quality of the data set, clearly. So far, we have told you about how beautiful our annotation system is, what strengths we had, but to tell you the truth, we faced significant challenges as well. So what were those challenges? Let's take a look. As I said before, subjectivity is an inevitable part of this process. One becomes subjective based on one's life experience, background. So some annotators might have more sensitive attitude regarding some contents. Unfortunately, that is how it is. It's in the nature of this work. So there is this subjectivity. That was number 1. 2, second challenge. Especially on the social media platforms. Because of the control on these platforms, there is language usage, coded language usage. like a risky word that the algorithm cannot capture, for example, omitting the vowels in a word or replacing a vowel with an asterisk in the word so that it wouldn't be captured by the algorithm, or using an abbreviation instead of a word, or using emojis and symbols. It's also a part of it. It was hard to teach the machine about interpreting these. Third point, challenge. Hatred was not always openly stated. Sometimes it was implied or covered, or it was contextual. That was another challenge. So one needs to know about the background, about what had happened before to make sense of it. Otherwise, that utterance may look quite innocent, but actually it's not. So one needs to know about the background. This was another challenge. Point 4. Sarcasm and irony. This is for hate speech. This is for the AI. It's quite a bit of a challenge still. Humans have at least some superiority when it comes to sarcasm and irony. So machines have a hard time capturing that, especially with written texts. It's not easy for the machine, for the tool to grasp that. Normally, the tone of your voice would tell a lot about sarcasm or irony, but written texts don't give you that opportunity to express yourself with your voice tone. And lastly, I would like to talk about missing visual context. Tools like Puri cannot involve these visual contexts. The text itself might be quite neutral, like a picture from a meeting from yesterday, let's say, but actually there is a picture associated with it, or comics associated with that written text, and that visual content may significantly change the meaning. And this was another challenge we had. That's actually all I wanted to say about annotation. I want to hand it over to Arzu. She will tell us more about the technical aspect of this work. Thank you. Good afternoon. I'd like to talk about main features of Puri, what it could do, what tasks it could perform. It is the latest technology, AI-powered tool in this area, and in terms of our daily life, technical aspect, large language models, ChatGPT, BERT, DeepSeek have introduced significant changes in our daily lives. And this software is like that. It is in Turkish and Arabic text support. This is an important characteristic. It is available in 2 languages. And these are, if I may say so, rare languages compared to some other common languages. Another characteristic was it's open source coded. So you could easily we could tell how it does what. It is AI-based LLM model, meaning a large amount of text data used to train the model. The features of a language already learned by the machine. In identification of hate speech, in terms of analysis of hate speech, by using these models, we give it special tasks and we're trying to improve the tool to make it more successful. It was pre-trained already, as Dilber Hanım said. We meticulously detected, annotated data, and that's how we could introduce different tasks in terms of detection of hate speech. That's how we trained the tool. Basically, this slide tells us about the components of PARI. First, identification module regarding hate speech. This is the first component of PARI. When you enter a text to PARI tool, then PARI will tell you or make an estimation of whether there is a hate speech there or not. Actually, other tools could also do this. But the edge of PARI is it's more detailed in terms of its analysis. For example, the second module, which is about category and level detection, which means there are 4 different categories you could allocate your text to. It could tell you whether there is or there is no hate speech. It could tell you whether there is discriminatory discourse or whether there is exaggeration, symbolization, or threat of enmity or war. It could tell you this too. So it's quite detailed and sophisticated in this category. In addition to that, it could make a guess of severity of hate speech on a scale of 0 to 10. It could make an estimate. 10 means the severest hate speech. And 0 is basically saying there's no hate speech or discriminatory discourse. Another module is about target and identification of target and group. Race, ethnicity, country, nationality, or religion-based, or sex, or gender-based hatred or discrimination, it could tell you. And there is more in terms of target groups. For example, basically is it refugees, Jews, women, and so on, which group it is specifically. It tells you. There are around 11 such groups. And the last point here, if you enter a text, the text may not entirely include hate speech. Maybe some parts will include hate speech. And PARI will tell you which word or groups of word cause hate speech. So it could make such a guess. Let's take an example. Again, target group is the Martians. Hoping there's no Martian here in this hall with us. So, these Martians always cause trouble and headache, and they give us a big headache in our society. Let's say this is the sentence. The first component, the first module tells you whether there is or there is no hate speech. So it says there is a hate speech. How about its category? Detected. Generalization, exaggeration. That's the category here. Attribution, distortion. And the level of severity is 8, according to PARI. And in the third module, based on this example, the target is race, ethnicity, country, and nationality. And target group, Martians. And last module, word identification. Which word or words? For example, trouble, cause trouble, gain control, they ruin our society. Groups like that. So these are the general characteristics, and it's over to Inanç, and who's going to talk about the technical aspect. Thank you. Good afternoon. I will talk about the technical aspect. As the previous speaker said, this works in Turkish and Arabic, classifies, identifies hate speech, and it's an open source tool. How did we create this? From social media, from printed media, visual media, we collected data and we annotated data. And this was given to the LLM. It learned and it was tested. Was tested. And Gökçe will share with you the test results. But for now, it's based on LLM. What is it all about LLM? How does it work? How does it learn? I'm not going to give you too much technical details, just a general idea. Large language models is a artificial intelligence model designed to understand and produce human natural language. This is LLM. It's ChatGPT, Gemini, or from Meta, Llama, or DeepSeek in the past weeks or months. These are some examples to LLMs. There are, of course, other examples, hundreds, thousands of LLMs. So which one should we use? It depends. But I'm not talking about our daily use. I'm talking about professional use of LLMs. What are the criteria? Is it open source or other closed source? Like OpenAI, ChatGPT. That model is not open source coded. Professionally, it's based on API, you need to pay for it. On the other hand, Llama by Meta or DeepSeek are open source coded models. You could download on your laptop, use them free of charge. But it's also coming with a certain cost. These are not small models. You need to have strong servers and devices. Having mentioned the cost is another criterion. The same model have different versions with larger parameters, smaller number of parameters. But this impacts speed. You want something speedy or slow, maybe faster, but a little bit less performance, or you may choose slow but more successful. So it depends. What else? It depends on for what business or work you need it. Is it for categorization, classification, or is it for producing something? Text, test. Then you could use ChatGPT, or you want to work with visuals, multimodal. Examples like Gemini or Grok, maybe by X, quite good with visuals. Or maybe you are a developer, then Claudio Sonne could be your preference. So it depends on what problem you would like to solve. You need to choose the right model. So you need to be conscious about the decision you make in choosing these models. What problems can we solve with the LLMs? Let's look at this. Mainly, as a summary, I could give you some, just a few examples. One, text classification. Given a certain text, it could tell you the classification of that. For example, you all have social media accounts, or we have email accounts like Outlook or Gmail, whatever. You receive an email, and these LLMs categorize the incoming emails, whether it's spam or for inbox. You could have different categories. So that's what it can do. Two, it could answer questions. Like, what is the capital city of France? Paris. So this is what the model can do. Or you could talk to the model saying, I'm going to ask you a question, but I'm going to share with you a PDF by my company. Please search for the answer within this PDF file. You could also make the machine do this. Next, text summarization. Consider a hundreds of pages long document you need to summarize. Next word prediction. Let's say the AI will turn the world into fill in the blanks. It changes the world, it transforms the world into this and that. So the LLM could also do this. So how do these models learn? It depends on what kind of model we're talking about, because there are thousands of different models. And in a given model, there could be two ways. Under the first one, it could have auto-encoding. In the second category, it could be auto-regressive model. So how to tell them apart? So it depends on how they learn. If it is auto-encoding model, then let's say this sentence. Artificial ... models are trained by large data. So there is a missing word, and the missing word is intelligence, artificial intelligence. So you want the model to guess what word it is that is missing. Sometimes it could give you wrong answers, and if you incur some costs, you could update the model to improve its performance in giving answers. That's how it learns.
Let's take an example here. In this project, we use BERT, bidirectional encoder representations from transformers, and it was in fact trained by using this very model. So another large language model is autoregressive model. This also is a similar model, but here the masked word is not placed in any part of the sentence, but it always is located at the end of the sentence. So here you see the output. For the output, the masked phrase is trained and enhances its capacity to process natural language. By the way, DeepSeek is also an autoregressive model. How does large language models LLM work? This is like a very big nerve network of nerves. We give here a sentence and we ask the model to make a prediction. So this is where we feed the sentence, and this is our mask, and we expect the model to predict for us. So there is a specific word that we type first. Perhaps word is not the right way to define this. These are actually some numeric structures. I don't know if you have seen the movie Matrix, because everything in Matrix is expressed in terms of numbers. So here, these words are actually represented by a group of numbers. So we take this numerical data, and then based on our next task, be it classification or identification of severity or identification of spam mail or not spam, we would train the models. And through this training, we can adapt these models for different tasks and functions. So coming back to our project, we have a classification task. In the first phase, we have a binary classification. Of course, we have other subcategories such as exaggeration, symbolization, but initially, at the very first stage, we have a binary classification, and this classification involves there is hate speech and there is no hate speech. And then we have the other categories, as you can see on the screen. But this is not a 100% subjective assessment because, for instance, when we talk about discriminatory discourse, for some, a sentence might amount to a discriminatory discourse, but for the others, it might not be the case. So there is always this bias factor. So we have a second layer of classification. So at this next layer, we have different hate speech subcategories. And you see here number 3 and number 4 are grouped together, and number 5 and number 6 are grouped together as well, because we noticed that our model will give much better results. But for the purpose of another project, it might be more appropriate to combine the 4th and 5th categories. So as a result of all these classification exercises, PARI contains 6 models. We have the binary classification, 4-class classification, and then we have identification of severity. Okay, let's assume that we established that a text contains hate speech, but what about the severity of hate speech? We want to represent the severity of hate speech in a scale and to understand where the hate speech should be represented on the scale from 0 to 10. You might remember we had some parameters like hate speech based on ethnic origin, gender, or being a Greek, Jew, woman. This represents our classification based on the target group. Then we have the group-based classification, and last but not least, we have a word-based analysis. Which particular words in a given text contain hate speech or amount to hate speech? So this is all I would like to share, and let me give the floor to Gökçe. Yes, in a little while, we will have the chance to work on the PARI demo. We will be able to test it. But let me first tell you about the features of PARI. So PARI currently has an accuracy rate of 85% in Turkish and 80% accuracy rate in Arabic. Right now we are using different models for both languages, so we did separate training. In case of Turkish language, once again, PARI gives us accurate results, 85%, and in Arabic language, PARI has an accuracy rate of 80%. But when we work on analyzing hate speech, we should not only focus on accuracy rate, but we should also understand the errors as well. And we need to understand the type of errors. So we see 2 types of errors. One is false negatives and false positives. So when we talk about false positive, the model would predict as if the text contains hate speech, but in reality, the text would not contain hate speech. And when people use PARI for moderation, this false positive would be quite important, because then this would be a red flag. The system will give you a red flag, but this red flag would be wrongful. And this false positive in Turkish is 17%, whereas in Arabic, the false positive is 6%. So we also have another category here, which is false negative. So when the model makes false negative, it means that according to the model, there is no hate speech detected in the text. However, in reality, the text contains hate speech. So the false negative rate in Turkish is 15%, and false negative for Arabic texts is 27%. So although our tool maintains a high level of accuracy, we still need to pay attention to the possible errors. So I would like to give you some examples to better demonstrate how PuTTY works in action. So this is the main interface, the main homepage of PuTTY. This is our AI-powered tool. First, you need to subscribe to use PuTTY. So you click on PuTTY, and then we will see the analysis screen, and here you see different predefined examples. But once you subscribe, it is possible for you to perform both single and bulk data analysis. And once you click on subscribe, you will see there are two options: standard subscription and professional subscription. Standard subscription allows you to do a single data analysis, and professional membership allows you to perform bulk data analysis. Professional subscription is not yet activated, so let me click on standard subscription. I will be just subscribing for myself with my personal data. Since this was a difficult task, we delegated this to Gökçe. I'm very sorry for keeping you waiting.
Umuyorum ki olacak.
I hope it will work this time. Okay, let me retype the username. Thank you so much for bearing with me. Yeah, this turned out to be a real demo. Thanks for bearing with me again. Okay, so now that we are subscribed, we can proceed to analysis. By the way, PuTTY is available in English, Turkish, and Arabic. From here, you can select your language of choice. So the interface itself is trilingual, but the PuTTY tool can only analyze text in Turkish and Arabic in two languages. So we have some predefined examples of hate speech where hate speech content is quite obvious. This is our first example. Education in Kurdish is unacceptable. We click on Analyze. So once we click on Analyze, PuTTY gives us the results. So in the first row, we see whether there is hate speech or discriminatory speech. And yes, PuTTY detects hate speech or hate speech, and the category is discriminatory speech. The severity is 6. So we have a hate speech based on race, ethnic origin, nationality, and the special group is Kurdish. So PuTTY makes an accurate prediction here. And another predefined example, you should always avoid female drivers. We analyze, and here Pari successfully detects a discriminatory discourse here. The severity of hate speech is estimated as 6. The target identification is gender, sexual orientation, and the special group is women. So these are the predefined examples where Pari gives us 100% accurate result. Let's take another example. Non-Muslims should not be members of parliament. We analyze this sentence, and Pari considers this as discriminatory discourse. Severity is 4, and general target identification is religion, which is correct. But when we look into the special group, target group identification, we see Jews here. Although the original text talk about non-Muslims. So Pari was able to identify only one special group, but could not predict the other communities or groups. Yet another example, a similar predefined example. There are no jobs left for us because of foreigners. According to Pari's analysis, there is a hate speech here, and according to Pari, the category is exaggeration, generalization, attribution, distortion, with a severity scale of 5, and general target group is hate speech based on race, ethnic origin. As for the special target group, Pari could not identify a specific target group here because we did not feed Pari with the word foreigners here. That's why Pari could not really identify the specific target group. That's why it's quite important to be as specific as possible. So these are the predefined examples. And then we also have different functions and features that Pari offers. For instance, we can enter here a text, an entire text. Okay, this will be an ironic example. We celebrate your new year with 5 million refugee brothers and sisters. So we analyze this. And it seems that Pari cannot recognize any hate speech or discriminatory speech in this particular text. And by the way, we use caps lock here. And there was also exaggeration because it talks about 5 million refugees. And this would also be a vague statement. We would not easily, as human annotators, we would not easily tell whether it contains hate speech or not. But Pari, according to Pari, this is not hate speech or discriminatory speech. Let us also proceed to more complex examples to better understand the capabilities of Pari. Don't speak like an Armenian. Once we analyze this through Pari, Pari tells us that there is hate speech. Don't speak like an Armenian. So there is symbolization with a severity of 6. And of course, a specific race or ethnic group is targeted, and a specific target group is Armenians. Our next example, we might suddenly come overnight. So this is a generic sentence, and just by judging from the sentence itself, we cannot actually find any specific target group, but if we know the context, we would understand that this is a statement targeting Greeks. And for instance, let us now look at Pari, and Pari successfully predicts that the statement is towards Greece. The category of hate speech is insult, defamation, dehumanization, and threat of war and enmity, with a hate speech severity of 8. One last example. If we normalize these perverts, the country will collapse. Here, the target group is not very obvious, but again, since we know the context in the country, we can clearly understand that the targeted group here is LGBTI+, then the general target is gender and sexual orientation, and it clearly contains insults, swearing, and dehumanization. And Pari gives us successful results here. So with that demo, we wanted to show you how Pari works on single text, singular texts, and in the coming days, it will also be possible to upload files and make analysis based on files, but this feature is not yet enabled. We will soon invite you to foyer area so that you can test the demo yourself, but let me now turn to our expert Berin Yanıkoğlu, who will tell us more about ways to improve Pari. Okay, I will now be sharing the last 3 slides. My colleagues have already covered a lot of information, but let me also share with you that it has been a great pleasure for us being part of this project. We worked on the number of classifications, on hate speech categories. We want to understand how we can train our AI tool more robustly. And along the way, we made certain decisions. And of course, as the computer scientists, it is quite easy for us to work on identifying language models for artificial intelligence tools. But then, of course, it was difficult for us to understand the context, labeling, distinctions between different hate speech categories. So this was not quite obvious for us. So we benefited a lot from having this multidisciplinary approach. So we have actually already referred to some challenges. One of them is subjectivity in data annotation. In order to address this, we constantly discuss this issue of subjectivity among ourselves. We refined our groups, our categories. We also improved our guidelines. We also want to understand how we can simplify the model. So that's how we started with the initial question. So we asked the model a very simple question, whether a statement it contains hate speech or not. So we constantly improved the model, and we wanted to come up with inclusive labels. What do I mean by inclusive labels? The project involved many researchers, students, volunteers. They annotated data with certain labels based on hate speech categories. And we wanted to be as specific as possible, as detailed as possible, because we want to also share our literature with others. One novelty the project brings us was about annotators' agreement or voting. So if 3 annotators consider a phrase containing hate speech, you pick it and focus on them. But then we came to notice that this is rather a shortcut because it only works in the obvious text when we have three annotators agreeing on hate speech. Then we might also miss some subtle hate speech. So we realized that we both need a simplified procedure, such as it contains hate speech, it doesn't contain hate speech, but we also need more sophisticated labels to uncover more subtle hate speech. That's why instead of three annotator agreement, we also worked on majority annotator votes. And another limitation in this study was the lack of context, because Pari is able to analyze only the single entries. And when we consider threads or tweet threads or floods, it gives us also the context. Of course, we are still in full alignment with the literature, but this is yet another limitation we have. Encoded language or covered hate speech, hidden hate speech is yet another challenge. Here we see that people use emojis, certain symbols in order to share their messages. If you turn hashtags into words, or if you turn emoji symbols into words, then you can cover a lot of ground. This is what we did, but then it is more difficult to take into account cultural references. Another weak link for us was the sarcastic content. So you see a text or a statement, and at first sight it might look totally normal, but you need to be able to understand whether it contains sarcasm or not. Further limitations we encountered as part of this project. One of the major problem for us was accessing data because of the micro and macro policies of social media platforms. There are certain quotas, so we only had an access to limited number of tweets. Another challenge for us was a lack of context, because we are only able to analyze a single or singular entries, texts, but we cannot actually perform these tasks in the threads. And also we have limitations when it comes to analyzing the spread of hate speech, because we're discussing the problems of disinformation, misinformation, hate speech. It would be really good if we could also have a better understanding of the spread of hate speech. As for the way forward, we have some suggestions. Let us think of ChatGPT. We want ChatGPT to fully read the text, to fully understand the text. So perhaps we can migrate to larger models with capacity to collect larger data sets. We might introduce additional labels to improve the models. I believe this is all I wanted to say. This was a great project. I would like to thank all our team members, Hrant Dink Foundation, or all our collaborators in the network. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your participation. We will have a question and answer session for 15 minutes. But before that, I'd like to express special thanks. This project was 3.5 years old, and data annotation was one of the most important pillars. Without that, we couldn't have trained the models. And most of the annotation was done by volunteers, annotators. We're grateful for their valuable support. And there are 6 of us presenting here, but at the background, there is a bigger team, of course, who have been very helpful at every stage with their valuable contribution. I'd like to say we're grateful. Buket Kapısı, Nihat Karaköse, Pelin Önal, Başak Can, Didar Akar, Ayşecan Terzioğlu, Berin Yanıkoğlu, İnanç Arın, Arzucan Özgün, Gökçe Oğundan, Sümeyye Dekkan, Umut Şen, Burak Işık, Nural Özel, İrem Topçu, Didem Ozan, Tuğba Özsoy, Yasemin Korkmaz. I'd like to thank them very much for their contribution. And I'd like to thank you, the audience, for being here, for showing interest in this topic, and for believing in the importance of this topic. Thank you for listening. Questions? What an important piece of work. Everyone who have contributed deserves special thanks on behalf of our society. What a database. It must have been a very difficult job. Here's my question. The answer is obvious maybe, but I don't know. Who is going to use this tool? Of course, hate speech poisons our society. And goal must be to get rid of hate speech. Now we have this database, but who's going to use this to reach this target? For example, Twitter must have such a database like this. And now you have this database. For whom? Who will be the users? I could start. In hate speech, encountering hate speech in digital media or printed media, we want to be able to keep watch and possibly report on it. And the volume is incredible. We can't keep up with the volume. We have been aware of this sheer volume. So probably NGOs like us who keep a watch on this, researchers, reporters, students, members of academia will be the users, hopefully. And multiple data analysis will enable that. And our main goal in this context is to automatize monitoring of hate speech, to make it automatic. To add on to what Elif said, how are we going to check the grammar? So in the content, maybe the students, researchers could check the content to see whether there is intentional or inadvertent hate speech. And another point is, this is also an academic piece of work. So this introduces novelties. Maybe it will open new perspectives, support new algorithms. That could also be another group of users. Any other questions?
I just want to say I completely agree. This work is really remarkable. I want to congratulate you, and it's so encouraging and gives me so much hope that you are doing this kind of work and that you've accomplished what you have accomplished. I have a couple of questions and comments. In our paper, Kennedy et al. 2020, the term annotator network refers to a framework or method used to model and understand the behavior and biases of annotators who label data. So the sensitivity of the annotators is data in itself. So one question is, by throwing that data out, by reaching consensus, you're actually kind of reducing the nuances. The second part to this, in Sachdeva, in our paper with Sachdeva 22, we saw that racial identity of the annotator had a lot to do with their ability to detect hate speech in a more nuanced way than someone who was not of the same race. In this case, it was a Black annotator being able to detect Black racist speech against Black folks. So that's one question, is sort of, or proposition, is that perhaps in a next iteration, it would actually be good to preserve the data of the annotators, to know what their demographic backgrounds are, and to take that into account in a statistical way, to be able to weight up or weight down those voices, depending. And then the second question is unrelated, and it has to do with your categorization of sexuality and gender together. And I'm kind of struggling to understand that rationalization, but I have to say it's just really, really fantastic work. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I'll take the question. Thank you for your nice words, first of all. The annotator's identity has definitely to do with the whole annotation process. We are aware of that, and as you already noted, we are trying to circumvent that by coding majority votes rather than an unanimous vote. We are, as another byproduct of this project, actually, we are looking into the annotators and their approach, their perspective on the annotation process. In addition to the identity features you just mentioned, such as ethnic background, racial background, we also noted that educational background also affects the annotators' practices. Annotators who have a computer science background look at the data in a different way than the annotators who have a social science background. We have noted certain different sensitivities, different, I don't want to say agenda, but different considerations among those annotators. So actually, we are working on that. We're writing an article. Hopefully, we will have a better description of the situation regarding how subjectivity, epistemic stance of those annotators affect the process, and how we can eliminate that. If there is bias, how we can eliminate that in the long run. So this is ongoing work at the moment. Regarding the gender and sexuality, collapsing those two categories is not a theoretical or is not a theoretical decision. It's for pragmatic purposes, I believe, for the machine learning purposes. Maybe you would like to say a few words on that.
Pardon.
We could, of course, be more sensitive But there are limitations of artificial learning. That's why we collapse them into one category. And I totally agree with you. Not 3 annotators, tens of annotators you could have. Then, in that case, we shouldn't get rid of any single data. Even if we increase the number, regardless of the demographics, then you could say this is sensitive to one group. But if we could keep a record of demographics, we could tell it's sensitive to African Americans. Absolutely, I agree with you. I'd like to say, regarding the background, indeed, we come from different backgrounds. This is a problem in a sense, but this is also a strength. This enriches the project. This subjectivity is a part of life. What I call A may be called as B by you, by other people. What we tried to do was, as much as possible, we tried to create a set of rules to detect hate speech. But is it possible to create all the rules? No. So people from different backgrounds, I think it's a good thing. It's a strength, and what I'm saying might be subjective itself. But at the end of the day, this shows us how difficult it is to conduct this project, and it also shows us it's just a realistic reflection of life itself, with all its subjectivity. Thank you. What a wonderful work. My question is, Pari, let's say, detected a hate speech. Then what? Those who will use this tool, they will be people who are sensitive towards this topic already. So people who create hate speech will probably not use such a tool, or will maybe not care so much about the detection of hate speech in their content. That's my opinion. So, how is it going to work out? Is there a legal guidance or recommendation? No. What is your take on that? Actually, the tool is wonderful and fantastic preparation, but will it change attitude of people? Can I try to answer by way of introduction? I'd like to talk about my own experience. Regarding annotation, we also discussed a lot. I think I was the one who had most divergent opinions from the group. Some of my friends thought this is hate speech. Then I thought, no, come on, it's not hate speech. So even me, maybe I thought I was not so sensitive regarding hate speech. I thought maybe I should pause and think differently. It's like discovering yourself. It's like a journey. That was my personal experience. Now I'd like to hand it over to my professor. Let me say, such tools as Pari, of course, will not change or solve this entire problem. No, unfortunately not. But if there's going to be a step taken for solution, I think the first step is to detect it. Yes, we've spent 3.5 years, we've worked a lot, but our expectation was not to solve the entire problem of hate speech. We were just trying to take a first step to identify hate speech in a fast fashion, with large numbers, with open source code. We wanted this to be available to everyone who has a certain, at least certain level of awareness. Sometimes some people cause hate speech unintentionally. It's important to raise awareness, but we're going to aim small. Then we could take larger steps. This might be the first step, which is detecting hate speech, seeing how it's produced, how it's created. And we need to do this as many times as possible. Then we could take other steps. One needs to be realistic about the expectations we have regarding the tool. I think not one single project could achieve that. Microphone, please. I think a second phase of this work will be about using the data gathered in this study at national level, international level. For example, working with lawyers based on the data collected, or carrying this work to an international level to work with international platforms. So do you have those plans? So what is next in the future? You gave us great ideas. Thank you. So sharing findings with platforms was also suggested. In the world, there are not many groups who do that. And there are some professors, but they're already here in this hall. Any contribution will be appreciated. It's going to enrich the literature, scientific literature. And coming back to the previous question, apart from the legal platforms and those who create hate speech, there are media watch groups like fact checkers in the US. And actually, for many years, Hunting Foundation is also doing something similar, and we're going to strengthen this further. Actually, we're running out of time, and we could continue our discussion over some coffee. It's coffee break time now. Thank you very much.
It was a multicultural district that some likened to the Tower of Babel with its plethora of languages, as well as its many smells and sounds. Here, Armenian, Greek, Jewish and Turkish shopkeepers all converged.
Kurtuluş'ta arsamız vardı. O meydan vardı. Orada bütün oynardık. Saha vurduk, voleybol oynadık, basket oynadık.
Süreyya Opera, built by Süreyya İlmen, aka Süreyya Pasha. The Süreyya Opera took 3 years to build and opened with an ostentatious gala on March 6, 1927. Koçoğlu Hamam. The Koçoğlu family hails from Artvin.
Köşede
Built by the Armenian architect Harutyun Sarafyan, the 3-story building drew inspiration from Italian opera houses.
Built in the 16th century, Sırp Giragos is said to be the largest surviving Armenian church in the Middle East.
Legend has it that one day a camel made its way inside and was only recovered after a long search, giving the cavernous bathhouse the nickname Devi, or Camel Hammam.
It was a multicultural district that some likened to the Tower of Babel with its plethora of languages, as well as its many smells and sounds. Here, Armenian, Greek, Jewish and Turkish shopkeepers all converged.
Kurtuluş'ta arsamız vardı. O meydan vardı. Orada bütün oynardık. Saha vurduk, voleybol oynadık, basket oynadık.
Surya Opera.
Built by the Armenian architect Harutyun Sarafyan, the three-story building drew inspiration from Italian opera houses.
Built in the 16th century, Sırp Giragos is said to be the largest surviving Armenian church in the Middle East.
Legend has it that one day a camel made its way inside and was only recovered after a long search, giving the cavernous bathhouse the nickname Devi, or Camel Hammam.
It was a multicultural district that some likened to the Tower of Babel with its plethora of languages, as well as its many smells and sounds. Here, Armenian, Greek, Jewish and Turkish shopkeepers all converged.
Kurtuluş'ta arsamız vardı. O meydan vardı. Orada bütün oynardık. Sah vurduk, voleybol oynadık, basket oynadık.
Süreyya Opera, built by Süreyya İlmen, aka Süreyya Pasha. The Süreyya Opera took 3 years to build and open with an ostentatious gala on March 6, 1927. Koçoğlu Hamam. The Koçoğlu family hails from Artvin.
Köşede Koçoğlu Hamam var. Hatta onun duvarı, tuğlası duruyor.
Built by the Armenian architect Harutyun Sarafyan, the three-story building drew inspiration from Italian opera houses.
Built in the 16th century, Sırp Giragos is said to be the largest surviving Armenian church in the Middle East.
Legend has it that one day a camel made its way inside and was only recovered after a long search, giving the cavernous bathhouse the nickname Devi, or Camel Hammam.
Recording in progress.
Tolga, el mikrofonunu açar mısın? Şimdiki oturumumuz dili İngilizce olacak.
This panel will be conducted in English.
Panel.
Uh,
A quick reminder, this panel will be conducted in English. Please feel free to get headsets if you would like to follow the conversation in Turkish through simultaneous interpretation.
Good afternoon, everyone. This is the second session of today, and welcome to the session on defining hate speech, different perspective and context. At the end of the previous session, İnanç Hoca mentioned a discussion between the team. He said that sometimes we were talking about if it is hate speech or not, and sometimes I was thinking that it's not hate speech. So with this session, we will try to clarify a little bit what is hate speech, but this is not an easy task, in fact. You will see that there are a lot of possible definitions. And in an era of growing polarization and regressive policies, unfortunately, in an era where discriminatory rhetoric is increasingly voiced by state officials, discussing hate speech becomes even more crucial. And as I mentioned before, there are various definitions of hate speech and alternative concepts that could be used in its place, but not only. However, regardless of the terminology we choose, we unfortunately see that such rhetoric has real and harmful consequences in people's lives. Therefore, the ways in which we combat hate speech are becoming more important than ever. Just like in today's first session and during the coffee break, tomorrow's discussions will also focus on these solutions. In this session, we will explore how different frameworks, from legal definitions to media narratives and artificial intelligence-driven technologies, approach hate speech. We will also examine how these definitions influence policymaking, alternative digital solutions, and broader anti-discrimination efforts. Each speaker has 15 minutes for their representation, and I will give a reminder when there are 5 minutes left, and it's the least pleasant part of being a moderator, sorry. The reality is that this topic almost never fits neatly into a 15-minute window, but I hope we can address any gaps during the question and answer session. So I look forward to an engaging and thought-provoking conversation. Before handing the floor over to Susan Benesh, I'd like to share a brief introduction about her. She's from Berkman Klein Center, and she coined the term dangerous speech. It's an important concept in this area. And she founded, and she still directs, the Dangerous Speech Project to study speech that can inspire violence and to find ways to prevent this. Her research has been instrumental in shaping strategies to contract hate speech while preserving democratic values. And I think those are the two key concepts, contract hate speech and preserving democratic values. So the floor is yours, Susan.
Thank you so much. I am delighted and grateful to join such a brilliant panel and to be invited by the Randink Foundation to do almost anything and to offer some ideas to you. We've been invited to examine varying definitions of hate speech, so I'll do that, focusing especially on the boundaries between what is hate speech and what is not hate speech, and how definitions attempt to draw and clarify those boundaries. That can be more difficult than it may seem at first glance, and sadly in the United States we are now being dragged through a time that presents these questions more acutely than in recent memory. So also another a very important reason why these questions of the margins or boundaries have become more important are in fact relevant for you and for people almost all over the world, because as you know, companies such as Meta and Twitter, now X, have recently bowed out of regulating speech at the margins. Instead, they take down only the most egregious, extreme, and obvious hate speech and other harmful content, sometimes including dangerous speech, and they are effectively leaving the rest of content moderation up to the rest of all of us, that is to say, the users of social media platforms. X, as it's now called, has been doing this, that is to say, abdicating a lot of what we previously considered their responsibility to moderate content, since not long after Musk took over Twitter and fired 75% of the staff, including content moderators. X used and still uses a system called community notes, in which the platform's users are invited to annotate content with which they disagree. It is essentially a way of leaving the work of fact-checking and denouncing hatred up to volunteers who offer to do it for free, by the way. Since Mark Zuckerberg, the CEO, the chief executive of Meta, formerly Facebook, announced in the beginning of January that Meta would dismantle its own third-party fact-checking system, at least in the United States, and greatly diminish content moderation. Meta is now pushing very hard to develop systems like community notes for its own platforms. In other words, Meta, which, as you know, owns many widely used and important platforms, is also effectively bowing out of much content moderation and other social media. This has opened the door for other social media platforms to act similarly. So that's a very major shift regarding what's happening on social media around the world. Then we should mention other platforms like WhatsApp that are not formally social media, but that function like social media and that are almost entirely unmoderated. So what I'm trying to suggest to you is that this job of deciding what is and isn't hate speech and how to respond to it has now effectively been dumped in all of our laps to a large extent. So now fitting hate speech definitions to the situation in which we are living, offline and online, is a big challenge. And for that, I'd like to mention a concept called the Overton window. There was a researcher called Charles Overton who said that speech norms, discourse norms, in other words, what it is and is not acceptable to say, these norms can be envisioned with a window. And his idea was that at any given time in a society, there are certain statements that are considered generally acceptable by the influential people in a group. And we can think of those as being inside the window. And if you can imagine an actual window frame, and then things you should not say by consensus are outside the window. And his basic point was that the window moves around. We are seeing the window moving rapidly now, and this is another very important point, I think, for defining hate speech, since, of course, that definition cannot be static. Like the window, it moves around. Also in January, Meta made some specific changes to its hate speech policies that I'd like to point out. And then I'll offer you a couple of hate speech definitions, and then I think my time will be up. And we can discuss more in the question and answer. At Meta, it is no longer hate speech, for example, to use insulting or exclusionary language when discussing transgender rights, immigration, or homosexuality, or to make allegations of mental illness or abnormality when based on gender or sexual orientation. I noticed during our first brilliant panel this morning that those sorts of comments, I believe, would be quickly and easily identified by the automated tool as hate speech. However, Meta has now shifted its own rules so that such statements are not considered hate speech by Meta and would not be taken down. And the justification that Mark Zuckerberg gave was protecting freedom of expression. In other words, such statements are being widely made, and he wasn't as clear as this, but I know from talking with Meta staff that the idea is that people are already having such discussions on and offline, and some of them are not at least intended as hateful by the people who are discussing. Of course, many are. But this raises some important questions. Do you define hate speech by the intention of the person speaking, or by the feeling of members of the targeted group? I suppose this morning the definition being used is based on the feelings of the target group, not the intention of the speaker. But there is still surely some room for debate about how to draw those lines. So indeed, Meta explained that it did this to allow what it calls political and religious discourse. Or to put it the way staff at another social media platform did in a conversation I was part of a week ago, how can we ban what politicians are saying in public, or what is printed in an executive order signed by the US president? Recently, Donald Trump signed an order that declares that in the United States there are only two sexes, male and female, and that there is no such thing as a transgender person. That is now official United States policy. And so the question that the staff of the social media platform was asking is, so should we take down as hate speech the text of an executive order signed by the president or not? This is not exactly a definitional question. It's maybe a policy question, but surely really quite an important one. So I will ask you, does a social media platform have to catch up with the political culture or with social discourse or with the government or not? And the same thing, of course, with hate speech definitions as we make them. Particularly in my country, different people and different groups would now define hate speech extremely differently from each other. So if we want those people to be able to talk to each other, this will perhaps raise some definitional questions. Now, I promised to talk quickly about two hate speech definitions. I think I have 5 minutes left. To make this more tangible and more tied to real hate speech definitions, I'd like to offer two of those from the United Nations and from Meta itself, and call your attention to two key issues in them, both of which are highly relevant at the moment. The first issue is, how bad does hate speech have to be? Or what sort of attack counts? What sort of attack or criticism or description of members of another human group is bad enough to constitute hate speech? And as you'll see, the definitions vary on this. And the second issue, very important, is which groups count? This is based on the fact that hate speech, in all definitions that I know of, is always defined as an attack on a member or members of a particular type of human group, not just any group. Every definition specifies groups that count and groups that don't count, or in the case of the UN definition, there's a little sort of slippery exit, but the definition at least describes the kind of group that counts. So there are certainly some groups that get attacked frequently with what would otherwise constitute hate speech, but it doesn't count because it isn't the right kind of group. That has been a very challenging issue for social media platforms. They began 10 years ago basing the types of groups on international human rights law as it emerged from World War II with the what I think of as the traditional kinds of groups. Ethnicity was one of the bases, religion, of course, nationality, but famously political opinion doesn't count. And so that is not the kind of group that counts. Different social media platforms have in the intervening years added other sorts of groups. So for example, immigrant status counts for hate speech under some platforms' definitions, but not others. Caste, as you will see, was added by Meta, for which India is the largest market in the world. And veteran status has been added by some platforms, but not others. Now let me give you the definitions quickly. I can't go on without telling you that I love to explain this point about hate speech definitions by pointing out that when a child tells her mother, "I hate you," that's not hate speech, since no matter how emphatic it is, I can tell you as a mother, since it is directed at the mother as an individual, it's a very personal sentiment, and she is not there being attacked as a member of any group, so it is definitely not hate speech. Now, the UN Strategy and Plan of Action on Hate Speech defines hate speech as any kind of communication in speech, writing, or behavior that attacks or uses pejorative or discriminatory language with reference to a person or a group on the basis of who they are. In other words, based on their, notice the groups, religion, ethnicity, nationality, race, that's all the traditional ones. And now we go slightly elsewhere. Color, descent, gender, or other identity factor. Or other identity factor is that sort of slippery slope that I mentioned to you. I want to point out that pejorative is a very big category. Pejorative roughly means bad. So if you take this definition strictly, you would count as hate speech almost any remark that is bad about members of a group described here. So I have worried quite a lot about that word in the definition, since under it, it would be possible to make statements that, in my view, are not hateful about members of another group, but we can discuss it. Okay. Meta's definition. We define hate speech as a direct attack, which in various ways is much narrower, against people based on our protected characteristics. Race, ethnicity, national origin. So that's the traditional groups. But now listen to these. Disability, religious affiliation, caste, sexual orientation, sex, gender identity, and disease. Another important one. But not immigrant status, for immigration status, not age, not veteran status, and a number of others that could be included. So I will just conclude by pointing out to you that there are a lot of very vicious and frightening attacks on people who are members of groups that don't count under either of these two definitions. For example, after on December 4th of last year, Brian Thompson, the chief executive officer of a large US health insurance company, was murdered, probably by Luigi Mangione, although of course he's innocent until proven guilty. Thousands and thousands and thousands of people celebrated that murder online and called for much more. For example, right now, there is still a post up on Facebook in which somebody posted in December, shortly after the murder, well, there are 17 days left of Advent. Those are the days in which Christians count down to Christmas and do various things to celebrate. And usually for Advent, you open little boxes on a calendar and take out presents. And so this person posted, maybe we could get another 17 insurance company executives between now and Christmas time. That would be great. This is an open call for multiple murders, right? It's still there. Why? Because Brian Thompson was not a member of a protected group. Of course, health insurance company executives are very far from marginalized. However, again, if they did constitute a protected group, then there has been an absolute ocean of hate speech against that group. Of course, many of those people were in calling for more murders, and by the way, in turning Mangione, the guy accused of the murder, into such a folk hero that he recently made a public request that people stop sending him so many presents in jail. Apparently, he can only have 5 books at a time, and his enormous army of supporters and admirers have sort of buried the jail in presents for him. All of the calls for more murders certainly constitute dangerous speech. But interestingly, they don't constitute hate speech. And the last thing I'll close with this that I want to point out to you that is so, in my view, difficult and calls us to struggle with definitional questions is that in the United States, we don't have any national health system. And whether someone gets life-saving medical care very often depends on the will of the insurance company, whether it will be approved or not approved. So there are, unfortunately, tragically, large numbers of Americans who have literally watched their family members die because of the profit-maximizing decisions of people like Brian Thompson, may he rest in peace. And so, since everyone should. So these people who expressed hate speech but not hate speech were also expressing their passionate grief and rage against a system that is, almost without any question, cruel and unjust. So I will leave you with, what I'm trying to do is hand you a problem. And maybe you would please solve it for me. And then I can tell, you know, some of the social media companies that are asking for advice, you know, how to solve these things. But then, I'm sorry, one last thing. Trump in particular, President Trump, attacks many groups that don't count in the definitions of hate speech, such as journalists. Since we are at the Randink Foundation, you know, a particularly vital group of people in society who are very often attacked, tragically, not only by Donald Trump, but that doesn't count as a group targeted by hate speech, since one's occupation is almost never a kind of identity that counts in definitions of hate speech. Thank you. I will pass it on.
Thank you very much, Susan. I think there are a lot of things, there are a lot of important things in your speech. Especially, I'm really surprised by the quick switch of social media companies from being a very liberative and very companies from for freedom of speech, and they are now. They changed quickly. Sorry, I think it can be a subject to discuss during the Q&A maybe. And I think that your speech is something that explain really and deeply why we need concepts such as hate speech or dangerous speech, but something different than the classical appellations. Because I know that there are people who criticize the usage of hate speech or dangerous speech by saying that it undervalues, for example, racism, misogyny, anti-Semitism, etc. But now, unfortunately, we are living in an area that those are not enough to call to name that kind of speech, because there are a lot of other groups who had to face hate speech or dangerous speech. So thank you very much. And now we welcome Professor Yasemin İnceoğlu. I had the chance to assist her at Galatasaray University, where she was also the Dean of Communication Faculty. Now she's attached to London School of Economics. And she's a leading scholar in media ethics and hate speech studies. With extensive work on journalism, human rights, and digital media, İnceoğlu has significantly contributed to understanding how hate speech operates within media landscapes and public discourse. So, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, dear Edil. Good afternoon, everyone. It's an honor to be here today to discuss an issue at the intersection of law, media, and technology, namely the evolving definitions of hate speech. Far from being a static concept, hate speech is continuously redefined by legal forms, media narratives, and technological advancements. And these shifts not only shape how we understand and how we address harmful rhetoric, but also pose complex challenges for policymakers, regulators, and technologists alike. And legal frameworks for hate speech vary significantly across nations, creating a fragmented regulatory landscape. And for example, Germany, the NetzDG law mandates that social media platforms remove hate speech within 24 hours of receiving a complaint. And on May 12, 2023, Facebook in Berlin removed over 2,000 posts targeting immigrant communities after local authorities and citizens lodged complaints under this law. In contrast, the United States relies on the First Amendment, which protects even harsh language unless it incites imminent violence, and thus content deemed hate speech in Germany might be legally accepted in the United States, highlighting the complexities of enforcing global content regulations. And the regional nuances also influence how hate speech is defined and addressed. Following the 2015 attacks in Paris, French media and policymakers increasingly framed hate speech as a national security threat. And in the weeks after the attacks, in November 2015, several French news outlets, such as Le Monde, reported on the rapid removal of the extremist online content, and they argued could spur further radicalization. Meanwhile, Turkey presents a particularly complex case, as it does not have a dedicated hate speech law, and instead provisions scattered across the Turkish Penal Code, Article 216 and Article 301 are used. I want to give an example about Ümit Özdağ, the leader of the Victory Party, is a politician who advocates anti-immigrant right-wing policies and was also a sponsor of the Silent Invasion, Sessiz İstila documentary, and the nationalist Milli Birlik, the National Unity account, operates with the same logic, and they have reinforced each other. And on March 2023, on March 5, 2023, the nationalist account Milli Birlik used the coded phrase, just as the same named with the documentary, Silent Invasion, to incite xenophobia against the Syrian refugees. And this incident sparked widespread criticism and coordinated online harassment, illustrating the subjectivity and inconsistent application of hate speech provisions in Turkey. The differing legal standards across nations create significant hurdles for global platforms. And when the same piece of content can be removed, as I just gave an example in Berlin, but remain published in New York, policymakers and tech companies are forced to navigate a fragmented regulatory landscape. And beyond legal frameworks, media narratives, of course, play a crucial role in shaping public perceptions of hate speech. And the way media outlets present social issues can determine whether certain rhetoric is normalized or challenged. In mid-2023, debates over transgender participation in sports also were often framed in alarmist terms. For example, in 2023, Fox News anchor Sean Hannity presented transgender athlete policies as an existential threat to the safety and fairness of women's sports. And this segment not only amplified alarmist narratives, but also fueled a wave of derogatory comments and coordinated harassment campaigns against transgender individuals on social media. In highly polarized media environments like Turkey's, hate speech is frequently weaponized during the election cycles. And during the 2023 presidential elections, pro-government outlets repeatedly used unverified claims to scapegoat Syrian refugees for economic and social woes, with reports appearing as early as June 2023. And these narratives are then recycled by political figures to discredit opposition voices and undermining the integrity of public discourse. Advances in artificial intelligence have introduced powerful tools to detect hate speech. And even when the language is subtle or coded, on February 14, 2022, Twitter's machine learning system flagged a tweet from the account Real Voice. Although the tweet did not include overt slurs, it employed subtle dog whistle language, statistically linked to hate speech targeting African Americans. And the system quarantined the tweet for human review, and upon confirmation of its violation of policy, the tweet was removed. However, these systems are not infallible. On February 3, just last month, 2025, an AI generated deepfake video featuring Scarlett Johansson and other Jewish celebrities went viral, and the video, which embedded anti-Semitic symbols into otherwise innocuous visuals, challenged existing AI detection tools, highlighting that algorithms often trained on Western data sets can struggle with cultural nuances and manipulated media. And such incidents reveal that often sophisticated AI must be complemented by human oversight to ensure context-sensitive moderation. And the same AI technologies are deployed across platforms like Meta, YouTube, and X, Twitter, yet enforcement can vary widely. During the 2016 Rio Summer Olympics, for example, in 2016, Twitter swiftly removed racist tweets targeting a Brazilian athlete after they were reported, showcasing the potential of rapid automated intervention, but also the difficulties in achieving consistent moderation across different cultural contexts. And each platform enforces its own version of hate speech policies, which are continuously updated. This makes uniform policy making difficult and leaves room for bad actors to exploit loopholes. And addressing these challenges requires an integrated approach, and legal harmonization efforts are necessary to establish international frameworks or standards that balance free speech with the necessity of curbing hate speech. Media literacy initiatives can encourage responsible journalism and educate the audiences of the impact of inflammatory language, helping to counter the amplification of hate speech. And the technological innovation, particularly in AI moderation, must continue evolving through culturally diverse training data sets and enhanced human oversight. So the flagged tweet by Real Voice in February 2022 and the deepfake incident in February 2025, Scarlett Johansson's, both underscore the need for constant refinement of moderation technologies. So, as we all see, to conclude, the definition of hate speech is dynamic and shaped by all these evolving legal norms, media practices, and the technological tools. And the current examples which I just given demonstrate how these sectors interact and sometimes clash as policymakers, regulators, and technologists work together. Our goal must be to create a framework where constructive dialogue replaces divisiveness, ensuring that while freedom of expression is protected, our communities will remain safe and inclusive. Yes. And my last word would be, I mean, I'm sure that all of our common goal is to collaboratively navigate these evolving challenges to build a much more respectful and resilient public sphere. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much. I just want to add something about trans. Recently, in United States of America Congress, if I am not wrong, a representative called, for example, a trans person, a trans representative, as Mr. And it created debates, of course. So thank you very much for your contribution. Our next speaker is Tirşe Erbaysal Filibeli from Bahçeşehir University, whose research focuses on post-truth, disinformation, fact-checking, peace journalism, among hate speech, of course. Erbaysal Filibeli examines state and platform-level policies on hate speech.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here to discuss the complexities of defining hate speech, particularly in the digital public sphere. Social media platforms are no longer just tools of communication, but powerful institutions that govern the flow of information. Yet, Despite their influence, these companies operate with little accountability, dictating policies on hate speech, misinformation, disinformation, and moderation, while constantly shifting their priorities to suit their financial and political interests. It is time to ask, how do we define hate speech when those with the power to moderate it are driven not by democratic values, but by profit and personal influences? I need to talk about the illusion of neutrality, platform neutrality especially. One of the prevailing myths in the discussion about content moderation is that platforms are neutral. However, platforms are not neutral. Right now, as you can see, when you especially observe the politics in the US, when you observe the Elon Musk, they are political players and they are private entities with immense power over global discourse, and their decisions, whether through algorithmic design, policy enforcement, or business strategy, carry real political consequences. Their hate speech policies are not merely about protecting users. Rather, they reflect strategic choices influenced by economic interests, political pressure, and broader corporate priorities. Take Mark Zuckerberg's recent decision to end third-party fact-checking on Meta's platform. So third-party fact-checking initially introduced in 2016 after the Cambridge Analytica scandal was revealed. It was meant as a measure to combat disinformation, and after all, it was framed as a solution that would allow Meta to distance itself from direct editorial responsibilities, and also it was a very good PR campaign for Facebook and Mark Zuckerberg. When Donald Trump was re-elected in 2024, Meta decided to end third-party fact-checking. The title of the speech made by Mark Zuckerberg was "More Speech, Fewer Mistakes." I don't think that it is a coincidence. Its discontinuation in 2024 signals a deeper shift. When fact-checking was first introduced in 2016, it was positioned as a safeguard against disinformation. In 2025, the message was clear, by the way, when they decided to end it. When accountability mechanisms become inconvenient or costly, the costly part especially very important, they discard it. Anyway, Mark Zuckerberg's decision to end third-party fact-checking has further discredited, unfortunately, fact-checking organizations, and leading to an increase in inactive fact-checking bodies. Imagine it. Before the pandemic, all around the world, there were like around 2,000-something fact-checking organizations. After the pandemic, I recently did a research in 2020, October. It was around 4,030-something. And on daily basis, it was increasing. Right now, when we check it, we do see that like the inactive fact-checking organizations, the number of inactive fact-checking organizations increasing day by day. Because after all, this decision gonna affect them. They're gonna affect especially their independent resources, by the way, money income. So here we need to think about something else. This move somehow weakens the efforts to combat misinformation at a time when disinformation and the hate speech are deeply intertwined. To effectively reduce the hate speech, we must also address the spread of disinformation, for sure. And because false narratives always fuel, like the division, incite violence, and erode democratic discourses. So when it comes to Elon Musk and techno-oligarchs and their vision of free speech, We need to discuss it for sure. No discussion of platform governance would be complete without addressing Elon Musk, of course. Since purchasing Twitter, Musk has positioned himself as a champion of free speech. As the owner of X and a key advisor to Donald Trump, he has made unpredictable and politically driven decisions, such as reviving extremist accounts while suppressing dissenting voices. His actions are not about protecting free expressions, but about strengthening his personal influence over the digital public sphere. Musk's ownership of Twitter exemplifies the rise of techno-oligarchs, billionaires who accumulate control over the critical communication infrastructures and reshape them in alignment with their political and economic interests. Under Musk's content moderation, policies have grown increasingly inconsistent, showing a clear tendency to accommodate state actors and authoritarian governments that supports his objectives. And by the way, we need to talk about how was Twitter before Elon Musk purchased it. Before Musk purchased Twitter, Donald Trump was banned, as you may remember, from the platform due to his inflammatory rhetoric and engagement in online trolling. However, under Musk's control, X has become a political public sphere that openly favors Trump's campaign and maybe other politicians in other countries. As you know, Elon Musk also supports AfD in Germany and some others. His reinstatement, along with the broader rollback of content moderation policies, has transformed X into a platform where conspiracy theories and hate speech disseminate. For instance, imagine the AI-generated Gaza video featuring Trump's vision on Gaza. I'm sure that most of you watched it, which spread harmful rhetoric, would likely not have been allowed under Twitter's moderation policies. However, under Musk's leadership, X has taken a radically different stance, using free speech as a tool of control. And when it comes to the role of the governments, we need to talk about it. Beyond individual corporate figures, we must examine how state policies influence platform governance. Governments often pressure platforms to comply with national regulations, but this can quickly descend into a co-optation. In authoritarian regimes, laws against hate speech or false information are frequently weaponized to silence opposition and independent journalism. The European Union's Digital Services Act is often praised as a landmark regulation. It mandates greater transparency, requires platforms to take proactive measures against harmful content, and allow researchers access to platform data. However, while regulatory oversight is crucial, laws like the Digital Services Act do not address the deeper issue. Platforms are fundamentally designed to prioritize engagements, even when that engagement is fueled by outreach and division. The question is this: are platforms being regulated, or are they being co-opted? Regulation is necessary, but without democratic oversight, it risks reinforcing the problems and that we are trying to solve somehow. And this is digital capitalism. At its core, hate speech on social media is not just a moderation issue. It's a business model. Algorithms optimize for engagement, amplify divisive, emotionally charged content, because that content keeps users scrolling, clicking, and sharing, also reproducing hate speech. The financial logic of digital capitalism dictates that platforms profit from polarization. We can't not meaningfully address hate speech without acknowledging that it is an inevitable byproduct of a system where platform revenue is tied to user engagement. If hateful, conspirational, or misleading content drives traffic, then, believe me, it is inherently valuable to the companies that control this platform. To conclude, the question of defining hate speech cannot be separated from broader issue of power, who controls speech, who benefits from its regulation or lack of regulation, and who is left vulnerable when profit-driven platforms fail to act. The discontinuation of fact-checking on Meta, the ideological crusades of Elon Musk, and the regulatory gaps in the EU's approach all point to the same conclusion. Tech corporations and their executives exercise disproportionate influence over the democratic public sphere. The future of digital discourse cannot be left to the whims of tech oligarchs and their ever-changing priorities. If we really want to combat hate speech, we must look beyond moderation policies and urgently find a way to challenge profit-driven companies that dictate what constitutes acceptable speech, what is freedom of expression, according to them. The future of digital governance must not be left to uncountable billionaires. It must be shaped through democratic processes, strong regulatory oversight, and public ownership of critical digital infrastructures. And last, threatens democracy, leaving speech in the hands of money and power, apparently people like Elon Musk. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I remember that at the beginning of the internet, we were very hopeful. We were thinking that it will be the direct democracy and the freedom, the absolute freedom, etc. Apparently,
digital
after
public sphere.
Yes, after 13-something years, we see that it's not, unfortunately, the case. Yes, please.
I know this is, it's mischievous of me, but I'm so sorry. Interrupting the moderator is a terrible thing to do. Speaking of freedom of speech, but I can't resist. You also set up something really interesting, which is that arguably now online spaces are more free, following that early vision of cyber utopianism from the 1990s, than they have been for a long time. The decision of the companies to withdraw from moderating does turn it into this sort of free-for-all. Of course, not entirely, but this is why I started by saying that they have kind of dumped this task of moderating into the laps of all of the rest of us. And since it's been a sort of discouraging panel so far, that's not hopeless. There are thousands of people who've taken upon themselves, indeed, to respond on behalf of themselves and civil society. That's what we call counter speech. So just to say, you know, it is frightening, but it is also possibly an opportunity.
Of course, I certainly agree, but not by its own nature that the internet and the social media liberated us. That's what I was trying to say.
Absolutely, yeah.
And finally, we have dear Professor Zeynep Özarslan via Zoom. Thank you very much for your participation. She's from Çukurova University, and she's a researcher specializing in new media, artificial intelligence, creative and cultural industries, and cinema. Özarslan contributed to the report that you can see also during the cafe break that gave its name to this event with a chapter entitled Ethical Application of the Artificial Intelligence Technologies by Social Media Companies. And she will enlighten us about this subject also.
Good afternoon, thank you very much. Sorry, I can hear myself as well. So, okay. So first, I'd like to express my sincere regret that I cannot be with you in person today due to my ongoing research commitments in the UK. Nevertheless, I'm deeply grateful and for the opportunity to participate remotely. So I would also like to extend my thanks to Hrant Dink Foundation and the partners of this project for inviting me to this important panel. And thank you all for your presence and attention today. In my speech, I'll explore the ethical implications of using artificial intelligence to combat hate speech online. Despite participating remotely, I'm excited to engage with you all in a meaningful discussion on how we can develop more effective and ethically responsible solutions to address hate speech in today's world, actually. So hate speech is not a new concept. We know historically societies have always tackled with hatred, expressions of intolerance, strategies. However, the emergence of digital technologies, especially social media and AI, has fundamentally altered the dynamics of how hate speech spreads and manifests itself. Social media platforms offer a powerful dual role. They amplify freedom of expression, allowing individuals worldwide to share ideas and engage in a dialogue. Yet simultaneously, they act as accelerators of hate speech. The digital environment makes it impossible for hate-filled messages to spread faster, wider, more anonymously than ever before. Scholars underscore this troubling development, pointing out how digital platforms have enabled hate speech to become instant, borderless, and often anonymous, intensifying both the reach and impact of hateful narratives. Today's hate speech often employs methods beyond traditional text-based communication, as it was discussed actually in a morning session. Sorry, not morning. In the UK, it was morning. So in the previous session, visual and multimedia formats, including memes, emojis, and videos, carry embedded hateful content that complicates detection. Furthermore, digital anonymity presents unique challenges. Fake accounts, automated bots, and deepfakes allow users to disseminate hate speech without fear of accountability. A notable example is the spread of deepfake technology, where realistic but fabricated videos of public figures or celebrities expressing hateful messages have been used to manipulate public opinion, incite violence, and promote polarization, as Professor Yasemin has also expressed that, gave some examples about these, how celebrities were used in such kind of context. Another dimension complicating hate speech in identification is the global nature of digital platforms, actually. Social media operates across numerous jurisdictions, each with its own legal and cultural definitions of hate speech. What is legally classified as hate speech in one country might be considered as free speech in another country. This variability in definitions creates significant practical challenges. Social media companies must devise complex moderation practices that balance global legal compliance with cultural sensitivity. Consequently, they rely heavily on AI technologies to manage this process at scale. Therefore, defining hate speech in the digital age requires continuous reflection, adaptation, and interdisciplinary collaboration. Now, I would like to proceed with the role of AI in hate speech detection. The rapid growth of digital communication, particularly through social media, has made human moderation alone insufficient to address hate speech effectively. Today, millions of messages circulate every second across platforms like Instagram, Facebook, X, TikTok. Manually reviewing all these content is simply impossible. Consequently, artificial intelligence technologies have emerged as essential tools in managing the scale and complexity of online hate speech. As our professors, the team developed Pari, thanks to the tool in Turkish that works in Turkish as well. AI-driven methods, including machine learning and natural language processing, deep learning, have been adopted to detect, analyze, and flag harmful online content automatically. These technologies, for example, learn patterns from extensive data sets containing examples of previously identified hate speech, enabling rapid identification of similar instances in real time. or they enhance these systems by analyzing language patterns, sentiment, and user interactions to interpret the meaning and context behind online messages more accurately. Despite these advances, AI detection systems used by social media corporations are far from perfect. One major limitation arises from the significant cultural and contextual variability in what constitutes hate speech, because different countries, cultures, and even sub-communities within the same society interpret hate speech differently, as we discussed in all panels today. AI systems often struggle to apply universal criteria effectively. For example, a phrase is considered offensive or hateful in one cultural or national context, may be interpreted as a legitimate form of social or political critique in another. Such differences mean AI systems trained without consideration of local nuances can misinterpret or overlook harmful content, raising both ethical and practical concerns. Moreover, AI-driven systems face difficulties accurately interpreting context. Algorithms may mistakenly flag harmful content as hate speech, or conversely, fail to recognize genuinely harmful content disguised through satire or sarcasm. These limitations underlie the critical need for culturally informed, context-sensitive AI systems. Thus, the challenge ahead for AI technology in combating hate speech lies not just in improving technical capacities, but also in ensuring systems are ethically designed with a deep awareness of linguistic, cultural, and contextual diversity. So this approach requires interdisciplinary collaboration among AI developers, ethicists, linguists, policymakers, and communities affected by hate speech, ensuring technological advancements align effectively with ethical and societal expectations. So the question is, what are these all ethical considerations? The deployment of AI tools to combat hate speech introduce some ethical complexities that we must navigate carefully. So artificial intelligence, while powerful, carries with the potential to unlimitedly reinforce societal biases or discrimination if implemented irresponsibly. Therefore, ethical considerations such as fairness, transparency, accountability, responsibility, and privacy must guide the design and deployment of these tools. Algorithmic fairness is an important ethical concern. AI systems typically learn patterns from vast data sets, which means their effectiveness relies heavily on the quality and representativeness of these data sets. If the data used to train these systems is biased towards certain demographics, cultures, or languages, the resulting algorithms may unfairly target specific groups. A real-world example is the well-known case identified by Bulumni and Gebru, where facial recognition software for major technology companies disproportionately misidentified individuals from minority groups, illustrating how biased training data can lead to harmful discriminatory outcomes. I would like to give an example about this similar situation about the face recognition technologies that I have attended an event yesterday. It was about AI, responsible AI event. And one of the panelists had a slightly facial distortion. And she said that she cannot use the facial recognition technologies on her phone, or she has some problems when she went at the airports because those facial recognition technologies do not identify her face because of the facial distortion. So the vulnerable groups as well can experience some negative consequences because of these technological because of the bias in these technologies. So similar issues apply to hate speech detection systems. If training data disproportionately represents certain groups negatively, AI systems could mistakenly target or silence those communities, reinforcing social inequalities rather than mitigating hate speech. Another ethical issue is transparency. Transparency should extend beyond simply explaining how AI algorithms function. It must encompass clear disclosure of what data is used, how moderation decisions are made and the criteria underlying the decisions. Transparent systems help build public trust and confidence in AI-driven moderation processes. Another ethical issue is accountability and privacy. Social media companies should provide regular and open reports detailing their AI moderation practices and any decisions made by automated systems. Independent oversights involving diverse stakeholders, such as ethicists, technologists, policymakers, civil society organizations, and affected communities, should regularly audit these AI systems to ensure they are fair and equitable. And another crucial ethical concern is the inclusivity of representativeness of the data used in training AI systems. AI models frequently demonstrate monolingual biases, meaning they might perform poorly in detecting hate speech in languages or dialects not well represented in training data. For example, an AI tool primarily trained on English language content could struggle to accurately identify hate speech in Turkish or other less represented languages. This limitation could unintentionally perpetuate biases, creating unequal protection against hate speech for diverse global populations. Therefore, AI training data must include a diverse, culturally representative corpus. Such diversity can help prevent unintentional bias, ensuring AI systems can accurately detect hate speech across different languages, dialects, cultures, or contexts. Social media companies must prioritize data diversity, continuously update to reflect cultural and societal changes, and actively work to eliminate exclusionary or toxic elements with training data. However, we see that they generally fail in this context, or they just want to fail, maybe, as our panelists exemplified in their speech. Ultimately, ethical considerations are not merely theoretical. They directly impact the practical effectiveness and societal acceptance of AI technologies. So let me present some practical solutions, and then I will conclude. To ensure AI technologies effectively and ethically address the challenge of online hate speech, it is crucial to follow a comprehensive, multidimensional approach that carefully addresses several ethical issues identified here. Firstly, it is essential to integrate diverse and representative training data into AI models. Bias in AI frequently results from data sets that lack representation of multiple languages, cultures, or social groups. Furthermore, AI systems should proactively incorporate diverse dialects, regional expressions, and cultural references to ensure fair representation and effective moderation globally. By integrating such diverse data, AI models become better at distinguishing a genuine hate speech from culturally specific expressions. Secondly, AI systems must be developed and understand nuanced context effectively. Contextual analysis is critical because identical language can carry different implications depending on context. Practical advancements such as leveraging users' historical interactions, the social networks they engage with, or other contextual clues can help AI better recognize genuine hate speech while reducing false positiveness. Furthermore, transparency should be a cornerstone in deploying AI ethically. Transparency involves clearly explaining how AI systems operate, how content is flagged, reviewed, and moderated. Adopting regular transparency reports and openly accessible guidelines on AI moderation processes can significantly enhance public trust. Independent oversight bodies consisting diverse stakeholders such as ethicists, technologists, sociologists, NGOs, and civil society organizations should regularly audit these moderation systems to ensure fairness, accountability, and compliance with ethical guidelines. Another essential recommendation is to empower human moderation teams through AI assistance rather than replacement. AI should not fully automate moderation processes, but serve as supportive tools that help moderators perform their tasks more efficiently and accurately. And finally, cross-platform collaboration is also crucial. Hate speech and extremist content rarely remain confined in a single platform. Thus, consistent cooperation between social media companies, government institutions, and civil society can strengthen overall effectiveness. This will allow platforms to learn from each other's best practices, establish unified ethical standards, and coordinate collective responses for hate speech detection and moderation. In conclusion, artificial intelligence undeniably provides powerful tools to detect, analyze, and ultimately combat hate speech in digital environments. However, as we discussed today, technological capability alone is insufficient. The ethical implementation of AI is equally crucial to ensure that these technologies do not inadvertently contribute to existing inequalities or perpetuate bias. Ethical AI implementation demands rigorous attention to fairness, transparency, accountability, and privacy. Without these guiding principles, AI systems risk reinforcing discriminatory practices, silencing legitimate speech, or failing to protect vulnerable groups. Therefore, it is imperative for companies and institutions deploying AI systems to adopt transparent moderation policies, engage in consistent ethical audits, and collaborate independent oversight groups. Cross-platform collaboration can help harmonize efforts, maximizing the impact of AI solutions globally. Ultimately, addressing hate speech is not solely a technological or ethical challenge. It is fundamentally a societal responsibility. It requires sustained commitment from all stakeholders, policymakers, technology companies, academics, civil society organizations, and every individual user. As technology continues to evolve rapidly, so too must our ethical frameworks and definitions adapt dynamically to these challenges. In closing, the promise of AI technologies in creating safer online environments can be fully realized only through continuous interdisciplinary cooperation, vigilance, and ethical awareness. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much. Before the questions, I have an announcement. Tomorrow there is an event organized by Henrik Böll Stiftung. You can watch a movie called Linkage 2.0, who are today's Katrina Blooms. So, Lynch 2.0, bugünün Katrina Bloom'ları kimler? It's related also to hate speech, so I am asked to announce that. It will be tomorrow at 4 p.m. Aynalı Geçit. So not so far in Taksim, around Taksim. So now the floor is to audience. I saw you first and then you, please. And you can be the third. You can ask your questions in Turkish also.
Thank you for very enriching and illuminating contributions. In my mind, well, there are many problem areas, but I want to highlight two. One is the boundary between hate speech and freedom of expression. It seems to be very hard to define in certain cases. And the first panelist gave us the example of the health sector CEO who was killed, and the outpouring in social media in support of that. And I really was, you know, your language was very interesting. It was cruel. It was an outpouring of rage and grief against a cruel and unjust system, which seems very legitimate. However, when that rage calls for murder, this is where I guess the line is drawn. So the second point is hate speech, unfortunately, when it's used by politicians, which it is in many countries, especially in this country, it becomes harder to combat. And when hate speech serves the purpose of polarization, which, as you mentioned also, is in the case of social media, it's even harder. It's just to come up with one example. Hate speech goes hand in hand with disinformation, and I think one of the most sensational examples of this was when President Trump called for you know, the attack against the Congress. In fact, that was an example of hate speech that ended in incitement to violence. It seems to me that unless there's some kind of judicial reaction against cases of hate speech, I mean, that should be the first step to try to frame it or to bring it under control in some way. I don't know what you would think about that. Thank you.
Response? Well, just one thing is that you mentioned that in the case of the killing of the CEO in the United States, Thompson, that's where you draw the line when grief is turned toward support of murder and even calling for more murder. But that line, I was trying to explain, has absolutely not been drawn. Okay, so if your opinion, which of course I fully respect, is that it should be drawn, then the definition of hate speech has to be altered, or that content can be categorized as some other unacceptable content. Calling for murder, by the way, in most sets of content moderation rules of platforms is also not allowed, not as hate speech. After all, hate speech isn't the only category. I have defined another one called dangerous speech, which some of the platforms have used. But there are lots of fuzzy lines. That's why the example that I gave you may be humorously calling for another 17 murders, but nonetheless saying that is still up even as we speak. You mentioned a second example, which is Donald Trump inciting the January 6th riot on the Capitol. Also not hate speech, since the members of Congress don't constitute a group for the purposes of any hate speech definition at all. It was arguably incitement to violence, again, another category, but curiously not hate speech. That's, I mean, your examples sort of beautifully illustrate what I was trying to point out, which is that it's not so easy to define hate speech, especially if you try to understand it as sort of all the bad content in one bucket, in one category. And you mentioned the importance of judicial measures, you know, in response to something like that. Well, as you know, there was an attempt to bring Donald Trump, there was more than one attempt to bring Donald Trump to justice for lots of things, including inciting violence at January 6th. They all failed, and you see what has happened instead. And then hundreds of people were convicted for actually rioting, and of course they've all been pardoned, but maybe that's not directly relevant to this. It's just to say your examples beautifully illustrate the difficulties of defining hate speech, I think. I hope that was useful.
Can I add something?
Please, of course.
Actually, you cited where is the border between freedom of expression and the hate speech. So I don't think that platforms know that where is the border. They don't even know what is freedom of expression, because as I observe, sometimes they do invite us, you know, like the academicians and other stakeholders to some meetings to discuss their new policies. But not before they decided to change it, you know, like after they decided to have to change it, they invite us, by the way. They just declare what they want to do. And I do see that, like, you know, like if there's a ban, for example, here in Turkey on social media platforms, it affects their policy change. And over there, for example, maybe 2 weeks ago, something was defined as something, you know, like related to freedom of expression. And after all, 2 weeks later, it might not be considered as freedom of expression. They change it. How they change it? When they start to lose money, they change it, by the way. So we need to think about it as well. By the way, I need to add something. While we were writing this, you know, like the booklet, anyway, how we define it, I'm not sure. Anyway, I wrote a chapter related to, you know, like the social media platforms policies. And when they completed the editing, I said that Meta's policies changed 3 times, you know, like during the editorial process. So we need to update it once again. Maybe it has changed, we don't know. No, I didn't check it when after they publish it. But anyway, it is regularly changing. So they don't even know where is the limit of freedom of expression, what is hate speech. Anyway.
So as people start moving away from centralized social media into some of the decentralized platforms, there are promises. So like Blue Sky, I think, has a lot of opportunity in kind of customizing algorithms. But then on a place like Discord, you see a decentralized platform where it might be difficult to address hate speech and disinformation. Can you talk about how you're thinking about addressing hate speech and disinformation as people move away from centralized social media and onto decentralized platforms?
Decentralization is really important when it comes to, by the way, social media platforms. Discord was somehow working, but here, okay, what they are doing right now, as you can see, they are trusting the community. I need to ask you, for example, how many of you are the community members of Twitter, actually X right now? Yeah. Could you please raise your hands? How many of you? Just a few, just 3 or 4. Do you check the content that they sent you? It doesn't work, by the way. Did you see it? Like, it doesn't work. So Meta said that we will do the same. It will never work. So there is no moderation right now. And by the way, if we decentralize it, maybe we will not have, you know, like this oligarch that I mentioned, and it will be better, maybe. I'm not sure. Because the system doesn't work right now. Did you understand my approach?
May I add a word, though? If you write about community notes, you probably already know this. We do have some very interesting examples of volunteer and collective moderation. The most famous ones are, of course, our Wikimedia and Reddit. There has also been some very interesting research on how and why those do and don't work. And then there are I mentioned briefly what we are calling counter speech. That is people who volunteer to respond to what they regard as hate speech online. This is quietly quite a thing, as we say these days. There are thousands of people who do it in organized collective groups, and then there are individuals who do it very vigorously, and so those are all natural experiments. There is now a significant, a sufficient set of research findings that we can confidently say that counter-speaking to hatred online does favorably shift discourse norms. So, especially now that the companies have bowed out to such an extent, I didn't mean it in a sort of flippant or theoretical way when I said they have sort of handed us the ball. So then the question is, what are members of civil society or users of social media platforms going to do with that, if anything? Quite a lot of people are already doing something really constructive, and as you can guess from the way I'm talking, I hope that many more people will learn about the experiences of people who've been doing it a lot and try.
By the way, can I add something? I would like to announce something about tomorrow.
She's gonna have a workshop on counter hate speech. I think that's a great topic. So that will be at, I don't know what time, tomorrow afternoon. Yeah, the ones who are interested can attend to it. That's why.
We have a third question from you, if I am not wrong, and unfortunately, it will be the last. But if someone has really one more question to ask, sorry, who? Okay, so yours will be the last question, please.
İzninizle ben Türkçe soracağım.
I will be asking my question in Turkish. So we have 5 distinguished academics, and we talked about the AI-powered tool Pari. I'm curious about the contribution to digital education, digital media literacy, and how we can use it in our daily practice. There's something I've been curious for a very long time. We're talking about hate speech and discriminatory course, and beyond sarcasm, jokes, comedy, humor. Where do these elements stand in hate speech and discriminatory discourse? So if you are part of already a protected group, are you eligible to make jokes about this group? Or if you are not part of a community that is not protected, or if you are part of a marginalized committee, would others be eligible to do jokes, for instance? So I'm quite curious about our panelists' takes on these questions.
Can be in a difficult situation via Zoom. I firstly want to ask to you, would you like to answer, or?
Well, you can start and then I can add if I want to. No worries.
Kısaca bir iki şey söyleyeyim.
I have some brief remarks. First, there is a clear distinction between hate speech and discriminatory discourse. Not every discriminatory discourse amounts to hate speech. If we're talking about specific group, and if you are using element of humor, but for the sake of sarcasm, that doesn't necessarily constitute hate speech. But of course, there are other parameters that make it hate speech. What is the intention? What is the impact on a given community? Whether this community is a vulnerable community, whether this community is a minority in a larger society. And if the majority of the society might be incited for violence against this specific community. So the intention is quite important here. Unless otherwise, of course, you can always make jokes, because if you label everything as hate speech, then we also run the risk of protecting free speech. So this is quite a delicate issue. For instance, you might have a joke about the last community. This is clearly not hate speech. Or in the UK, there are many jokes about the Scottish or Irish. This is clearly not hate speech. But there are 4 or 5 parameters. Article 19, they work on freedom of expression and hate speech, and then European Court of Human Rights. They have certain parameters on establishing hate speech. They look at the quality, they look at the speaker, they look at intention, they also establish the reach and the impact of this speech. But we cannot consider jokes as hate speech by default, unless otherwise we would never have cartoons in the country. We would not have humor. We would only have to live as a community of very cold people. devoid of humor.
Thank you. Teşekkür ederim for this wonderful question. And all the questions, of course. I am especially interested in humor. And I think it is a particularly important topic for this territory of hate speech and freedom of expression, which are not, in my opinion, one or the other. There has to be an overlap, especially in response to the questions that were asked this morning about Peri. How are you going to, members of the audience seemed so anxious to know how we will fix this problem of hate speech. So I'd like to quickly tell you two stories. Very quickly, I promise. One, years ago, I had a great privilege of working in Kenya, where there is a national public television network that has a TV show that has been on for more than 30 years. It was originally designed to teach Kenyans, including very rural people in the countryside, what happens in a courtroom and the role of the judge. In any case, we made 4 episodes of this super popular Kenyan television show to explain what I call dangerous speech, which is rhetoric that turns one group of people violently against another one. I'm proud to tell you that the 4 episodes were aired, and afterward we had it evaluated, and it really seemed to be useful to teach people how politicians use language to manipulate them. But the reason I'm telling you this story is that I was standing there in a little Kenyan town where terrible violence had happened 5 years earlier, while the actors were filming an episode. And one of the actors, who is known to every single Kenyan, very famous guy, walked up the market street and started insulting members of different ethnic groups in Kenya. Hey, are you lazy? Are you being lazy, lying around as usual? And then another, using stereotypes. And once I understood, my Kiswahili is not great, but once I understood, I said, Makoha, what are you doing? And the guy walked up to me and said, Susan, why are you doing this? Are you trying to impress your, I'll tell you really honestly, your Wazungu funders, which means your foreign white funders? Is that why you're making this program? Or why we're doing this? Or do you want really to reach regular Kenyans? If you want to reach regular Kenyans, I have to talk in the language that people really use. I've never forgotten that, and I don't have an easy answer, but I think it's at least worth considering. And along those lines, second story very quickly, there is a fantastic German journalist called Hasnain Kazim. His parents immigrated from Pakistan to Germany. He was born in Germany. He grew up in Germany. He was an officer in the German Navy. And still he gets attacked all the time by readers, you can imagine, who say, you disgusting, brown Muslim, blah, blah, blah, blah. So one reader wrote to him and said, along those lines, you can imagine all the insults. If you were to come to my village of Schnatzen, Hüpsen, whatever the name of the village, then you would see what real Germans are like and real German life and blah, blah. So Hasnain responded, thank you, Mr. Heinz. I am so grateful for your kind invitation. My family and I will soon be arriving to visit you in whatever the name of the town was. And then he said, I'm coming with my 17 cousins and my this and this and this. In other words, he used the stereotypes against his own group that he knew were in the mind of this guy who attacked him, which is
many people would say this is hate speech, but I'm trying to answer your question about whether the member of the group can use the humor. He used it as a tool, and the guy responded, "What? You must be joking." And then there was a whole back and forth. It's very funny. It's in a book that he published about counter-speaking to hatred. And eventually this guy wrote to him, "Mr. Kazin, I must tell you, I really get annoyed reading you a lot, but you have taught me something and now I want to apologize." And it's not the only time that he has had this sort of response from his readers who attack him. It's not magic, but I just offer you this again to in response to your thoughtful question, to complicate a little bit these questions of hate speech and what we should and should not say. I hope that I haven't in fact offended you.
Olumluya çevirmek için ona yöneltilen nefret söylemini olumluya çevirmek için mizahı.
So this is a very good example. This is a very good example of using humor as a counter speech in order to deflect hate speech targeted against a person. I did a study. It was called Sarcasm Beyond Hate Speech, and we analyzed different online hate speech, and we looked into humor, sarcasm. We tried to pinpoint them. We came to realize how it is intertwined with hate speech. And I always keep thinking, if there is a violation of human rights, deprivation of rights, dehumanization, demonization, then this goes beyond humor. This goes beyond sarcasm. Of course, we can always use humor, but then you also make joke about the hate speech spreader. So this is a very complicated topic. I'm from Izmir, and I keep making fun of people from Izmir all the time in my classes. And not only my classes, in any event I attend, even in Izmir. So we have to do it every now and then. My late father would also use such humor. Of course, I don't mean to others, to make people othering, or I don't want to alienate people. This is a very sophisticated question that would take a lot of time for us to reflect. But as Professor Yasemin İnceoğlu mentioned, by reclaiming these stereotypes and using it yourself as the target of hate group, you are also turning it as a tool, turning it into a tool of your struggle. And then the way community perceives the political discourse, of course, they all have an influence here. May I also have some additional remarks? Yes, of course. Last but not least, I fully agree with all the input. This is indeed a wonderful question. I believe there are so many questions that we weep over, but then there are also many things that we laugh together. So I believe that humor is also very much related to culture. So maybe reversing it is a good idea indeed. Many years ago, there was another meeting at the Ranting Foundation, and Tuun van Dijk, he was participant, and he talked about the term Paki used for Pakistani, but in a derogatory term. But then Pakistanis, they claimed this term and they started using it to define themselves. So this was one example of reversing it. I just wanted to give this example from Tuun van Dijk.
From Tommaso, who contributed also to the report.
Okay, so as I was saying, thanks for the presentation invitation. So this is, and the debate as is going on. one point that we started with, okay, the definition of hate is shifting, is changing. It's like an ideology that takes and it becomes dominant, it changes. So there is this window of what is acceptable and what is not acceptable. So the question is, can we actually try to find some sort of core deep human values that is like, look, this is like the core of things that we believe that this is hate speech, and then there are things that fits and do not fit according to the zeitgeist, the spirit of the time. What do you think about that?
I totally agree. I think the sort of core of what is hate speech doesn't change very much. Perhaps we should have said that before. There's plenty of hate speech that is always hate speech, and it's not complicated. You know, humans can detect it, AI can detect it. We all know. It's the margins, as I was trying to say, that are difficult, in part because, and this is something I didn't say explicitly except in response to the question about humor. To my mind, the margins are difficult in part. That's where there is sometimes an opportunity for communication between people who wouldn't otherwise talk to each other. And we should recognize, I talked about the Overton window, you know, the window of what is acceptable and what isn't. But it's not just one window in any society. You have lots of different windows of different groups of people. In the United States, I would venture to say that now there are the windows of different groups are even further apart than they have been for a while, since we are so polarized. From the little that I know about Turkey, I imagine that there are many different windows in different communities as well. So to overstretch the metaphor, you know, how can you line them up so that people can at least talk to each other? Maybe I can offer you one, but since I love this question of humor and collect so many examples, I'm sure you've heard about this disgusting practice at football games in Europe of attacking football players of color, black football players, by throwing bananas at them. So you might remember that one of the most famous football players picked up the banana and ate it in the middle of a match. And then another one, Neymar, famous Brazilian player, immediately started tweeting a photograph of himself with his little boy, both eating bananas. This is so common that they had planned this like a campaign, like a social media campaign. And the tagline was, "Somos todos macacos," meaning we are all monkeys. It became viral, kind of like here in Turkey. I remember many years ago, please forgive me for this terrible pronunciation, Diran kahkaha, do you remember that? When the women started tweeting photographs of themselves laughing in response to the idea that women shouldn't laugh in public. Okay. So this "we are all monkeys" also became viral, and people all over the world loved it, and so many bananas got eaten to make all those photos. But I used to use it as an exciting example of humor and all that. But then I heard from Brazilian friends that a lot of Brazilians, black Brazilians, found it very offensive. It's not up to you to tell me that I'm a monkey. So it's just to say, that's for me an example of how, you know, the same, what philosophers of language call the speech act, the same speech act which was that image of banana eating with "we are all monkeys," can be useful and constructive for some people, and really offensive for others. So the same
perception.
difference of perception and background and effect and so forth. So let's not forget that the very same speech act can be also hate speech and not hate speech at the same time.
Thank you very much for your presence and for the presence of our contributors. Let's see tomorrow for the other sessions.